Wait, there we go. Huzzah! Hello. Holy flump. It has been quite a fat minute. And I am unfortunately not yet moved. I'm still in the middle of my move. I've had a really rough go of finding a place to live. So, I'm still in a temporary spot. I'm still in a temporary little spotty. I was in another spot for a while where I couldn't stream. But for a few days, I'm in another spot where I can stream. So I'm doing so while I can. I'm doing so while I can, folks. You're gonna do what now, Voco? You're gonna send Discord stream exclusives. Are you gonna send it in the Paragraph server? Or are you just gonna send it to me so that I just show it? What's the answer? Hello, J May. And I saw Kenzai in here. I see someone named Burnt Brownies. I see named Dude. The homie. Let's see. I don't know. Have you guys seen those memes? I love those memes where like it where it has like the Chinese accent text to speech where it goes, "What kind of fur is this?" And it goes, "This is the something something, the blah 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 blah." And then now they're making them like fight where he goes like, "What kind of?" And he goes, "You stupid! You should know what this is." I sound like I am 13 years old quoting memes like this, but I do get a hearty chuckle. I do get a hearty chuckle. And yes, I have a new look. I was up last night drawing this. I've been meaning to just draw like a cleaner version. Because the one that I've been using is, you know, very scribbly. And like, it's like see-through because the fills aren't like all the way filled. This one's got some flat. This one's flat at the very least. I might add texture to it later. Like I structured this file to where it's easily customizable later. So it's raining tacos like an animated moho. No, it's not. All right. So I've been meaning on. Okay, let me preface this. I've been meaning to step away from Adobe for a while now. But obviously with the saga still going on and Flash being like a big crucial part of not only my career, but like rating tacos in general, I felt like I needed to, you know, do the whole saga at the very least in Flash still. And that is still my goal. But I would still like to move on so that I'm not paying $1 bajillion a month to Adobe, an evil company. So today though, I went ahead and bought MOHO. I've been like putting my finger on the trigger for buying that for about a year now, and I finally did it a couple nights ago. And I thought it'd be fun. It'd be fun to learn it on stream because they have a complete tutorial series for free on YouTube. For free. Like, oh wait, I got a message from Voco. Voco has sent me his art. It's concepts art of a random thing. King of Town. So it's like Homestar Runner, but raining tacos. That's awesome. Keep that up. Keep that up, Voco. Alright, you're asking Kenzie questions. Bryson is in chat. Why did I start? Because I just said 2 o'clock as a you know, I mean, I was getting ready and stuff, and I just happened to be ready, and I was just sitting around. I thought, why would I wait? Can I show it to the stream? Yeah, hold on. Discord's a bit more finicky showing on stream on this computer. So let me... How do I turn stream mode on? It usually does that automatically, but I think I turned it off on this computer like years ago. Appearance. No. Crapola. I can't find it. And the thing is, Voco, you sent so many photos that, like, I really don't want to open each individual one into a browser to show. So maybe I'll look at one that I like and I will show it. I do like all of these, though, to be fair. I don't know why Tom from Eddsworld's in one. I'm going to show this one. Alright. I'll show this one, guys. Voco art, here you go. Deleted! And then Timmy's not very amused by that. Deleted! Anyways. Anywhoways, let me get situated here. Why is that girl doing the bird dance? Papuko is doing the, what did they call it? It's the Heisai Harimasu dance. And it's where they flap their arms around side to side, and they go, Harimasu. Ace, it goes, Heisai Harimasu. Heisai Harimasu. Yeah, it would be great to have a replacement for Flash because of the whole symbols stuff, because I'm used to that. But today, though, folks, I will be learning MOHO, and it will be very enlightening, and we're gonna have a good time, and we're gonna listen to the teacher. You're gonna be my you're gonna be students alongside with me. I'm not a teacher today, folks. I know I'm usually a mentor of sorts, because all of you youngins in here, I'm quite the mentor. But today, I'm not the mentor. I'm the student. I'm the student with you. I am the student, and we will be learning MOHO, animation software. I think that's what their full name is, but I just call them MOHO. And I think they call themselves MOHO, guys. I think they call themselves MOHO. Alright, so should I do this screen? I think I'm gonna put it on the other screen and so that I'm like over here in the corner, see-through. Though that doesn't leave it very easy for me to go back and forth between the program, because I would like to do the program on stream too. Yeah, I heard Adobe Animate's not going away. Don't worry, I know. I was on the front lines of saying, Adobe, you are evil for getting rid of Animate. Yes, hello, Bryson. I can stream Discord, Voco. I just don't want to dox my Discord. I don't want to show people's accounts and the servers and all that, you know. I'm a little too loose with that kind of stuff with my with my computer and switching things over. How many subs do you have now, Bryson? And yes, I will be still making It's Raining Tacos again in Flash. It is the final video I will be doing in Flash, at least for the time being. And it will be in homage to Flash in general. Because you know the original was just made in Adobe Flash. It is very obviously made in Flash. Anyways, though, I mean, I like this layout here, but I want it on my other screen. So let me try something. Hide. And then Mary goes hide. And then let me try doing this. Copy. And paste. There. Huzzah. Now let me go back to bring this here and having this here. Here we go, folks. Here we go. Okay, let me open up MOHO just so that it's alongside us. Did you know if you go to the evil villain's house and stand there for 10 minutes, the Shell Smasher will defeat his house, or you mean defend his home? Did anyone see your post yet, Kenzie? Let me see. Which post? You've been making a lot of posties. Oh yeah, it's your new little designy. Kenzie's new little design. Here you go, everyone. Take a look. Wow. She's so rainbowy. She's quite literally like Timmy and Itzel as one being. How wonderful. I love the bow. I love the cape. That was something I was going to do on Timmy a long time ago. But I think it works way better here on the Kenzie. Okay. Okay. So I have MOHO up, everyone. Whoa. What is this thing? What is this thing? How do I move it? All right, let me put music on while I'm screwing around. At least kind of quietly. Let's see. Let me try to, like, see if I can figure anything out before I even watch anything, guys. Alright, hover. Select bone. Is there even bones in this drawing? That drawing looks awesome. What the heck? It looks hand-drawn. Alfredo Cacares. Good job. It's a great looking drawing. Oh wait, was this? There is bones in it. There is bones. Add bone. Manipulate bone. Oh! Whoa. Are you kidding me? Look, the guy's legs, like, move with it. His body's moving. What the heck? That's gonna make animating so easy if I could, like... Bro. This can make me, like, this can make me so that I can, like, actually make better art. But also be able to animate like how I usually like to animate. Like, guys, this is a game changer. This is gonna be a game changer when I learn this. I'm gonna make some crazy stuff. Just you wait. Okay, maybe not crazy stuff, but who knows? If I really like this program, I could be making like a bajillion things. Who's gonna first animate? What are you talking about, Volko? I'm gonna. Don't worry. I know you guys are still on Raining Tacos mode. I still am too. I will be working on it on stream, perhaps, if I get a little. If my brain cannot, you know, learn anymore today. Wow. This is actually tripping me up. Wait, is this... Oh, this is a timeline, guys. Wait. It's animated art. Dude. I'm over here playing with the default thing. That's how cool it is. Is that like I'm here like 3 minutes in still playing with one of the test things. You miss anything? No, not really. Just me kind of blabbing. Jacoby made another Brain Tacos OC. That's amazing to hear. He spaced out for a second, Bryson. I'm just messing around with this program. This default. Well, 700 views is still a lot, Bryson. Kenzie, if you would like to reanimate the OG Rain Tacos, you go right ahead. Because I ain't doing that. Me and Perry very much do not want to do that. Okay, I'm getting distracted with this thing. Let's close it. Don't save. Alright, I have nothing open now. Let's start watching the tutorials, guys. Alright, I'm in student mode, as well as you guys. Now, hush. Let us hush. Wait, check out your... Okay, I'll check out Jacoby's post first. And then we gotta hush. And listen. Because we're gonna be learning today. Alright, guys, I'm gonna show you Jacoby's new character. Her name's Annie, everyone, okay? Everyone meet Annie. This is Jacoby's fourth. You said your fourth Raining Tacos character. It's pretty cool. And hello, Goofy Turkey in chat. I love her winged eyelashes here. I can't wait to see her in action. If you have anything planned. And I guess Bryson wants me to show something of his too. Okay, give me a sec, guys. Give me a sec. Today's stream was supposed to be focused, but let's see. Go to channel Bryson. Alright. Which video? Or is it a post or what? You said 700 views. Oh, okay, it's this one. I saw this. I believe I saw this. Let me mute it so that I don't get copyright stricken. Oh, yeah, bad news, everyone. I can't play Slow Dive anymore on my streams. I'm so sad because some person has been claiming the demos I've been playing. I was purposefully not playing official music from them, but now someone has nabbed them. All right, let's see Bryson's thing with the rag dolls. I think I watched this. I think it was on my phone on a notification, and I clicked on it. Or something similar to this. Hit Jake, do it. Hit him. Ugh. You've done it. What is this game? The children yearn for Gary's mod, guys. Just buy Gary's mod. Okay. Samuel says hi. It's been a while, Samuel. Hope you're doing well, Deontay. Alright, guys. Guys, for real now. For real now. It's time to be students with me. It's time to be students with me. We're going to be learning MOHO today. Instead of a let's play, you got I tried to put it on lower ads today, Bryson. It showed the stream and an ad. Oh, that's pretty cool that they're doing that now at the very least. So you can at least see stuff on screen. Yes, it is studying time, folks. It is learning time. We must listen to the teacher in this video, okay? I'm a student with you. Except I'm the one with the program. I'll be following along. And if there's any drawing at all, guess what, guys? I'm going to be doing Rain Taco's characters with it. Woo! But who knows? It might just be like default things I'm working with, but all right. Let's go. Yes, it's been freezing. Fedor's been freezing, everyone. Wait, where'd the chat go? On stream, where's the chat? Ah, you can't see it. Ugh, this stream is going haywire, folks. I'm gonna have to put like a timestamp in here for like anyone watching later. Alright. Okay, you're gonna go, Bryson's gonna build. Everyone can just sit here with us in class. You can be drawing in your notebooks. You can be doing whatever you would like. I'm going to be paying attention to the teacher. Okay? Let's all pretend we're in a classroom together. And, you know, I'm paying attention. You guys are over in the corner chatting up and whatever. But let's go. It's loud. Overall interface. Okay.
For this video, we're going to start by overviewing the layout of...
Does this look like mine? Kind of looks the same. Okay.
MOHO, where the tools are, the features, and how context sensitivity plays a part in it. To begin, we're going to import an already made character,
Okay.
so that way we have something to work with.
You have to download it?
To do this, we're going to go over here to File, Import, and go to Library, Characters, and you have a wide range of characters to choose from.
Ooh.
But in our case, we'll go to Anime Studio Pro 10, and then to Gruely.
Gruely. Okay, folks, let's find Gruely. Import, Library, Characters, Gruely. Oh, wait. Why isn't he popping up? New workspace, maybe? No. New. Oh, okay, that's what was different. He had something open. Okay. We're back on track, everyone. Let's put Gruely in here. Oh, there he is! His tail's kind of freaking me out, though. Voko's getting attacked by someone? That's scary. Alright, guys.
Here, it'll ask you if you want to import this layer. You can see we only have one, so we're just going to go ahead and click OK.
Alright. Okay. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Guys, look, I'm playing with him. Hello. Hello. name is Julie. Mouth, what does this do? That's awesome. What the heck, bro? Head turn. Dude. Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. That's really cool. Okay, hold on. Eyes. Dude. Heck yeah, bro. Blink. He blinks at different... Oh, this is so cool. This is so cool. Hey, Bryson, if Fedor's speaking Russian, just, you know... Ooh, this is an IK rig. If Fedor's speaking Russian, chat, just ignore him. You don't need to, like... Oh, he's already animated. Did I mess up his animation? Hold up, hold up, hold up. Wait, let me re-import him. Let me re-import Mr. Gruel. Alright, let's see his stock animation. What does he do? Wicked. Wicked. This is gonna make... I'm gonna make some awesome puppets, guys. I'm gonna make some awesome puppets. Oh, wait, if... Okay, Velko's sharing stuff on the Paragraph server. Let me send you guys in... Invite. Okay, pause. Pause. I'm gonna send people an invite. In the chat, if you guys are not in the Paragraph server. Again, not my server, guys. Behave yourself. Behave yourself. Let me... Yeah, there you go. There you go. Now, back to learning. Back to learning. Let's see what he's going to teach us.
So now we have a character imported, allowing us to explore the application a little bit more. Let's start with the toolbar on the top left. As you can see, we currently have the label tools, and then we have bone tools, layer tools, camera tools, and workspace. So this allows us to manipulate the bones as well as the layer and other elements with the camera.
Okay.
But you'll notice if I come over here to layer 1, which is a blank vector layer, you can see I now have the ability to draw.
Yo. Could this be true? I can draw? Whoa! Hold the flump, guys. Wow. I didn't know you could draw in this program, actually. I thought you had to draw in other programs. Alright. Cool. Cool. Cool.
With these tools. So if I click on Gruely, which is a bone layer, you can see I have the ability to alter bones. If I go to a vector or drawing layer, we then have the ability to draw with add point, draw shape, and a variety of other tools, in addition to the fill tools. Now, some tools may remain the same. So if I click on Gruely once again, you can see that layer, camera, and workspace all stay the same. They just move down a little bit depending on what we're working on. So if I click on the vector layer again, you can see once again, we do have the layer, camera, and workspace tools. They're just positioned a little bit differently. If we click on Gruely once again.
Velko says, we're going to name the first MOHO Stickman the Dave. Okay, I will call, if I make a Stickman character, I'll call him the David. And it's Taco rig, that's for sure. Yeah, well, yeah, of course. I'm gonna practice by making rigs and stuff. Faux show, guys. Faux show.
And direct our attention to the bottom, you'll see that we have the timeline. And we have all sorts of different features that allow us to manipulate the character or the animation using the timeline. But this is also context sensitive. For if I click on the layer 1 vector, you can see that we have no keys currently present on the timeline. So again, depending on what you have selected and what you're working on, you will see different results or different things on your panels. Also, when it comes to the timeline and working with your layers, for instance, layer 1 is a vector and we can draw. But if we go to frame 1, suddenly the drawing tools have disappeared.
Whoa, hold up a sec. Hold up, ring ding 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 ding. Oh, that's... I F with that, guys. I flump with this. I flump with that. You can have a frame 0 where you can do your edits, and then it's the timeline. I like that. I like that. Okay, Voco.
And that's because frame 0 is the workspace for which we can go in and set up the rigs or drawings before we choose to animate them. And I'll touch more on this here in a later video. But just know that frame 0 is the workspace, and animation does not begin until frame 1. And that will give you different options depending on which layer type you're working with.
Censoring myself.
On the top left, you have your style panel, and this pertains to your vectors. So if you want to change your fill color, your stroke, the width of your lines, as well as any effects that you want to apply to the fill, you can do so here.
Let me seize. No brute. Dude, there's a rainbow brush. There's a rainbow brush. Make that a bigger, please. Please. Oh, rainbow. Effect. Ooh, halo? What does that do? Nothing. Nothing. Splotchy? Maybe that only does it for like when there's no... Let's see about this. Ooh. Excuse me, where is... Oh, blob brush. Sorry, I'm messing around here, folks. This is like the Rainy Tacos pen that I use. Can I make it smaller, please? Okay, hold up. Alright, I'm getting distracted here. I'm getting distracted. Let's go back and learn.
You also have the ability to choose different brushes. So if you want to design differently, you can even...
That's true. That is true. If it does not have a rainbow in the program, it's not true.
Import brushes if you wish. And you have advanced features which allow you to apply more than one effect to a color, as well as other abilities to...
Wait, I need him to go back. I just ADHD'd.
So if you want to design differently, you can even import brushes if you wish. And you have advanced features which allow you to apply more than one effect.
Advanced features. It cannot be docked. My resolution is too small. Okay. What do you mean my resolution is too small? I literally have the biggest resolution on this little tiny screen. God, this program would look so much better on my main tablet, but I'm using my old one right now. Can this be? I want it docked. What the hecky? No! How do I... Yeah. fine. I'll put you here. Cool. All right.
Effect to a color, as well as other abilities to use different swatches and play more with your styles. And then you have your file menu on the top. So if we come over here, we can go to File, Edit, Draw. But there is one more thing I would like to point out. If we go to File and go down to Project Settings, which is Control-Shift-P or Command-Shift-P if you're on Mac, this will bring up a new window allowing us to adjust the animation in a variety of ways.
Ooh, that's important. That's important, folks. Yes. Oh, yeah. I need to be on that. I need to be on this sucker right here. Line boil. Ooh, I'm so excited to learn this program.
The most important elements here are probably the dimensions and the frame rate.
Yep.
It's important
Should always
that
be
you
24.
lock down these two options, especially the frame rate, before you get too far into animation. If you decide to animate at a certain frame rate and then it changes later on, it could throw all of your animation off sync and make things look slower or faster depending on the change. So it's always important to make sure you have this locked down before you get too far. You have the ability to choose between different presets. So if you wanted, for instance, a 1080p image, you can do so just like this, or 4K, or you can enter in the dimensions yourself, as well as...
Yes, you're right, Bryson. Line boiling is a trick that's done in Flash a lot too. In a lot of styles to make it look a bit more hand-drawn. Boiling is delightful. And I think MOHO has like generative or maybe not generative, because it's not like generative AI, it's more like computing. I mean, it's technically an AI, but you know, it's like the AI that's always been around since like computers even started. So, because the word AI has been just ruined by like the just worthless tech stuff that's been coming out the past few years.
The frame rate. 24 is a typical cinematic frame rate, so that's what it defaults to, but you can of course change this to whatever you see fit.
Do I know Ed's World? Do I know Ed's World? Bro, I was there. I was there. I was watching him when he was alive, bro. R.I.P. a real one. I love Ed's World. There's probably a lot of stuff inside my art that's probably I learned to draw a certain way because of Ed's World. So if you ever see anything similar to my stuff, that's probably why.
End frames dictate how animation will be rendered out. You can see right now, if I come down here to the timeline, let me just cancel.
Bryson, I can't tell if you're joking. I can't tell if you're joking. Yes, a real one. He died a long time ago now. It's been a long time. And I remember when he died, I went into school and no one knew who he was, obviously, because he's just a YouTuber, Newgrounds guy. But I was so sad the next day, and there was like only one other guy that I think knew, and he came up to me and he was like, "Did you hear?" And I'm like, "Yeah." Wait, then how are there Ed's? What do you mean? He made stuff before he died. All of his stuff he made before, and then people made stuff after he died. Yeah, there was an era where Tom kept the show going, and right now Matt is the one keeping the show going. And honestly, there's Bryson. It's Tom and Matt. It used to be Tom, now it's Matt. Yeah, like the end. The end was made by Tom Scott. He was that was the end of Tom's reign on Ed's World, and then a few years later, Matt was like, "Let's keep this going." And again, there's pros and cons to both eras. There was a lot of good art in Tom's. Um, he was a little melancholy and a little odd during his time too. Matt's is very, uh, you know, excessive. Like it's very like how Ed's stuff used to look too, but like more improved. Like I don't know, they did a really good job of like mimicking his style, but also making it look more modern. Um, but yeah, there's pros and cons to both, and both of them honestly, the main con is like obviously Ed's not around to be making them or whatever, but you know, it's nice that they kept it going. That's for sure. The classics will always be the best though. Can't ever top those. Anyways, Ezreal tangent, bro. Thanks a lot, Jacoby.
This really quick and
Back to learning.
show you here that the frame is set to 240 as the end frame. And that means right here, 240, 10 seconds in, is when the animation will end.
All right.
So if we had animation go up to this point, it'll loop back to frame 0 once it hits this point when we're previewing on the timeline. So if we come over here and hit the spacebar, you can see it goes to the end and then loops back to frame 0 from 240.
Okay.
And you can adjust this so that you have a longer duration if you wish. So if you wanted this to extend out to 2000 frames, you could do that.
Sure.
Finally, you have the ability to adjust the canvas color, as well as enable depth of field and render styles. These are all right here more for individual purposes. If you want, for instance, a blurry background when you're zooming in on characters, depth of field might be a good choice for that. You also have the ability to turn anti-aliasing on and off, noise grain, pixelization, and more. So you have a few options here. And let's say you set things up a certain way and you want your documents to adhere to the settings that you have here. You can choose to save all of this as defaults, so that way you don't always have to change it.
I'm seeing some slight echoing on the thing. Is it annoying? Do I have to fix it, or is it fine the way it is? Because I'm seeing the audio jump with the guy talking on my microphone. I could move. Yeah, never mind. You know why? It's because my mic is like right next to my headphones. Okay. From right here.
Every time you make a
There we go. Yep, that's better.
And that is a little bit about the interface of MOHO, how you can set things up for dimensions, frame rate, as well as where all the main tools and features.
Cool. That's the first one done. Let's see what... Whoa. Crayon. Crayon. Whoa. Flare style, heavy outline. Ooh. Ooh. Whoa. No fills. Okay. Okay, let's go to the next tutorial. Next one. Why is that so loud? Basic layer structures.
We're now going to continue our lessons using Gruely here. I imported him before, and he's good to go. If you need to re-import him, just as a refresher, you can go to File, Import, Library, Characters, Anime Studio 10, and then you can choose him from the list. Here, we're going to discuss the hierarchy of layers, specifically how bones and groups work. So to start off, on the layers panel, near the bottom right here, you can see that we have two layers. We have Gruely, and then we have the vector layer, which is blank.
Yes.
The blank vector layer will always appear whenever you create a new document, just in case if you're wondering. You really don't need it as long as you have one layer present. We can choose to delete that and just work with the Gruely layer if we wish.
Okay.
But I just want to point out that that's how that works.
Thank you.
But here we have Gruely, and we have just one layer, it appears. But that's actually not the case. If you look at the bone icon, to the left of it is an arrow. And this indicates that there is more to Gruely inside of the bone layer. So if we click on this arrow, it will expand out, and you can see now we have access to the limbs.
We do.
As well as
It's
a body
true.
group and a tail group.
It's true.
So what this means is you can have groups within bones. Even though a bone layer is essentially a group, it comes with the special functionality of being able to control your character with bones. A group is more or less a way to organize layers on your timeline and set up masks.
Yes.
So to see here, if we click on the body group and bring that down, you can see inside of the body we have horns and eyes. Now, the horn left and eyes are actually groups themselves, and inside of that we have vectors. So you can see here we already went from Gruely to body to horn left to shading just to get to one vector. But again, you can set up your hierarchy however you wish, as long as it works out so that it's organized and you have an easy time accessing those layers.
This works with my brain, guys.
Another thing to point out is you'll notice that some groups look different. For instance, we have the body group right here that has 3 lines on its icon, and then the group here has a circle that has...
This is gonna help so much, like, once I figure this all out, because, like, let me open up, like, a Adobe Animate file from the new video, just to show you how, like, I set up the drawings, because right now the video is at a point where all the drawings are done and structured, like how it's showing you the structures here. So let me find a good one. Okay, Fedor. Have a good sleep. Let me open up this one. Just to show you that, like, I do the same crud, except in here, a lot less organized. Like, MOHO's definitely gonna get me more organized and be able to, like, reuse things and, let's see. Does Babbo even be a good example here? Probably not. Maybe this guy. This one's a bit more simple, but yeah, see, there's layers for like each of the cruds, each of the dang cruds. But with MOHO, I'm gonna be able to, like, just have it be way more accessible to, like, move things and do other stuff. Well, okay, Bryson. I'll probably still be around. But yeah, MOHO's gonna be great for me once I learn it. Oh. Oh, la la la. You can't even see me. I'm like invisible. Invisible. Alright, let me close this just so that it's not overloading my dang computer.
Half white and half black. Well, the body with the 3 lines, if I double click on this, I can go into some layer settings. And if we come over here to depth sort, you can see that enable
Whoa,
animated
whoa, whoa!
layer
Go back, man, back. I wasn't paying attention.
have an easy time accessing those layers. Another thing to point out is you'll notice that some groups look different. For instance, we have the body group right here that has 3 lines on its icon, and then the group here has a circle that has half white and half black.
Does it mask?
Well, the body with the 3 lines, if I double click on this, I can go into some layer settings, and if we come over here to depth sort, you can see that enable animated layer order is enabled. So what that icon means is we can choose to move our layers up and down within this group in the animation to have them order differently. So if you want, for instance, the eyes to go above the horn at some point, you could do that with this enabled. And that's what that little icon means.
Okay.
The icon representing the horn left and eyes for the group means it's being masked.
Yes.
And you can see that here playing out. For instance, we have a shade effect here that's actually extending outside of the horn. But because of the masking...
Whoa, wait, he has that much detail on him? Hold on. Oh, I didn't even know. I didn't even notice that. What the... He's actually, like, all bumpy. Dude. And the shading has, like... Dude, what the heck? That would be a B-I... Eotch. To do by hand. That's faux show. I love technology, guys. No, I'm not doing It's Raining Tacos again in MOHO. No. My next music video will be probably MOHO. Another reason why I'm learning this live is because then people can look back and be like, whoa, I saw him when he didn't know how to use it. And now he's using it for blah. But yeah, I am so far very impressed with this program, and I'm just in this very beginning part of it too, where like I haven't even seen like this stuff. I'm just seeing just this basic stuff and going, oh my god, that's how much Adobe Animate just like it makes you just not realize how far technology has come.
Horn structure is acting as a boundary for the line work and the shading. So not only can groups be useful for just straight up organizing, but they can also help when it comes to masking and setting up
I need that so bad.
Ordering. You'll see that, for instance, we have the left arm vector.
What I'm really hoping, shoot, of course I closed Adobe Animate, so I can't really show you this. I've been trying to figure out a way to, like, because I love working on black, like thick black lines, but also black fills. And that's annoying when I have hands and black gloves going over the black body because you can't see it, obviously. And I've been like trying to make a workaround with like a mask with like inverting. Let me see if I can show an example. So say like I have AT here, because he's usually the one where I'm doing this with. Draw him real quick. Real quick like. Alright, and see, I like to do black fills, where, you know, because it's, you know, when you're doing cartoons, you're able to do that. You're able to do like full-on black fill. And so his body, or his shirt, is like black, and his, you know, his gloves are typically also black. So if he was like, if he's going like, dude, what the heck? But like, you can't see it now. So what I was like trying to figure out, like, because usually what I have to do is I make it a movie clip. And this is my workaround currently. This is what I did in Churros from Space, and I really do not like it at all. But I had like a bevel. I had kind of a bevel on the outer part so that like when it's over, you can kind of see it. And I'm not really a fan of that. And then I was trying for a little bit to like see if I can do like an invert thing where I could have it go like this and be like, oh, huzzah, like you can see it. It just changes it over this. However, he's not just black. He also has red on him. This isn't the right red, but let me just show you as an example. So the inverting thing does work, except for if it goes over other colors, it inverts those colors. So this wasn't working out very well. So what I'm hoping in MOHO is I could pretty much have a lot more control over, you know, like masking and doing different like cool things with my rigs. Yeah, it's, you know, it's old tech. Obviously, Adobe has not updated this program with anything cool in like at least 10 years, if that. All it's done since they bought the program from Macromedia is just load it up and make it like awful to use. But anyways, yes. That's what I'm hoping I can get out of this program, is some better masking and better rigging up. Because that's essentially how I animate, is I animate like every single drawing you see is rigged up, even if it's only used for a couple seconds. It's very impractical, but it keeps it so that each character looks like hand-drawn and different in every frame, which, because it is. But, you know. Anyways, let's get back to the tutorial.
Side of that bone layer. And it's sitting right here. And along with that, the bones from the bone layer are...
Ooh, it's having that issue I was just showing. Is he going to show how you can... Oh, wait. Maybe not with this. Probably not with this character, but I'm sure there's another character in the stock characters here that probably shows that. I'm probably going to have to go... I'm going to probably go through like all of these things they have here and just examine them. But let's keep just go. What's up, Bryson? Have I made a rig yet, bro? No, I haven't. This is still tutorial 2, bro, and I was just showing everyone my issues with Adobe Animate and masking and how this program is going to be way better for me.
The arm, and then we were able to go in, link the vectors,
and then also, Bryson, because it's YouTube, you can also go back on the timeline. Homie, I just said what you missed. Shaking my head, bro.
To the bone, and you can do that because the left arm and any of these vectors are within the bone layer. And we can then say, okay, we want the hand to link to this bone, this part of the arm to link to the middle bone, and then the shoulder to link to the end bone. And you can easily go in and reference that when you are working this way.
Yes.
Now, let's say, for instance, you had the left arm for whatever reason outside of that gruely layer, as you can see. When I click on the left arm now, we don't have access to those bones. That's because left arm is not inside of the bone layer.
It's not inside of the bone layer. That's crazy. How do I move it? Did he show how to move it on the...
So it's really important.
Oh, never mind. I see why it's in a different spot. It's because he's on it on this layer. I mean, on this frame. Oh, I can't wait to animate. Stream's late for me sometimes. Oh, did I? That's... Okay, you know what? I know what the issue is. I forgot to turn the latency down. cannot believe this. Am I able to change it like mid stream? Mid stream. It's not extremely slow, it's just like a minute behind. Because I was but a fool. Stream settings. Can I? No! See right here. No! I usually put it on ultra low. God dang it. Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it. Well, guys. Well, sorry. Maybe that'll help me with focusing on the dang tutorial. Because that's what I'm supposed to be doing.
Important when you're setting up your characters that you organize things in a logical way, as well as keeping the elements that you want to animate with bones inside of that bone group layer.
All right, so guys, for reference then, about what I'm responding to, look at what the last message is here, and you'll see why I'm just then responding to something. So you'll have to be patient. Next tutorial. Timeline.
Let's now talk about animation on the timeline, specifically the ability to control different bones using your red channels. First, I have Gruely imported onto a blank document, once again, ready to go. We're going to just come over here and click once on that bone layer, and you'll see that we have access to keyframes already established for this character.
We do.
And keyframes essentially mean we have animation on the timeline. Now, when we come in here and we look at this, if we click and drag on the green arrow with the white line, that allows us to change the position of the timeline, and we can scrub forward and see what's going on.
Yes.
We can also come over here and hit the play button if we wish, or use the space bar to play out the animation. Now, let's say specifically we want to change just one element of this. We want to make sure one of the arms doesn't animate. For whatever reason, that is just something we want to do.
Okay.
Now, this is where the gray and red channels will come in handy. So let's say this front arm right here. I want to first demonstrate that I have the select bone tool currently selected.
Let's see. Select bone tool. Yes. It is true. How did he get the red lines up?
And lay out the animation, essentially, specifically the ability to control different bones using your red channels. First, I have Gruely imported onto a blank document. Keyframes essentially mean we have animation. You'll see that we have access to keyframes.
Is it because he has a certain thing? Yep, there we go. Huzzah. Huzzah. All right.
Frames already established for this character. And keyframes essentially mean we have animation on the timeline. Now, when we come in here and we look at this, if we click and drag on the green arrow with the white line, that allows us to change the position of the timeline. Scrub space bar to play out the animation. Now, let's say specifically we want to change just one element of this. We want to make sure one of the arms doesn't animate. For whatever reason, that is just something we want to do.
So basically clearing an animation on a certain object.
Now, this is where the gray and red channels will come in handy. So let's say this front arm right here. I want to first demonstrate that I have the select bone tool currently selected, and I'm clicking off so that nothing is selected. You'll notice on the timeline here that we only have gray channels currently active.
That's literally what I was trying to...
And the gray channels show us any animation on the rig that's currently going on. So if we move an arm, let's say at frame 6, we're just going to come in here and we move this arm, you can see that it recorded gray animation using the gray channels on the timeline. And this is indicating somewhere on the rig in this case the arm, since we know that, there is going to be animation. So it doesn't matter what you move. So I can move this arm. You can see that we have another point added. We can move the leg. You can see that it records a point right there. Now, as I'm doing this, you may notice that the red channels are appearing. And this is indicating what bones are currently selected. Right now, only this target bone is selected right here. And on the red channel, we are seeing animation only for this target bone.
Okay.
If I were to click...
And that's the rotate and the position, right? Rotate, the angle, and the translation. Okay, so yeah, so this is the position, that's the rotation, essentially. So, head turn. What the heck? So head, oh, okay, so I think everything that's under the head is under this head turn rig here. So if I were to do like, let's go to a part where everything's moving. Like maybe his tail here. So this frame of the tail. Yeah, it definitely does move. But it's not moving here. So you can see why here to here is a hold frame. Okay. I'm learned-ing, guys. I'm making sense of things.
On the select bone tool and then click on the foot. Actually, that might not be the best example. Let's click on the body right here. You can see that the timeline changes depending on what bone I'm selecting. So that red channel will change. So whenever you have bones selected, you can then go in and choose to manipulate just the keyframes of that particular bone without disrupting the animation of the entire rig.
Okay.
And a good example of this would be just to come in here and perhaps remove some animation from a certain select few bones. So let's come over here and you can see that the arm is currently animating. I'm just going to click on the...
Let me try to do it myself first, just to see if I can figure it out. So he's moving this bone here and basically trying to make sure this bone doesn't do nothing. It doesn't do nothing. So let's highlight these and let's delete it. Delete it. And let's see what happens. Okay, it's just that top bone. Uh-oh. So it's just the top part of his arm that's not moving now. Let's see if he does that in the tutorial.
Bones, holding in shift. And
he's selecting all of them, folks. He's selecting all of them. Okay. Now watch this. Now we watch these. Oh, arm is crippled. It is stagnant. Oh, I did it before he even showed it, guys. So I'm smart.
Each bone.
I'm smart.
Coming down here to the timeline for the red channel, we're just going to come in here and select all of the red channel keys and then just remove them. Now, when we animate this out, you can see that the arm is not animating like it was.
Easy.
It's going along with the body because this arm is attached to the torso bone and the torso bone is moving. But in terms of individual animation, it's just stationary.
Yes.
And this is how you can work with your red channels. And this is sort of a more drastic example, removing animation from an entire limb. But I think it gives you a good idea of how this can be achieved. So again, if you just wanted to remove animation or add animation specifically to a certain point, you can come in here and pay attention to your red channels. Again, I just removed the red channels for the tail. You can see now the tail won't animate as he moves along. But again, if we were to try to come in here and let's say manipulate the leg, you know, and we're not using the channels to do so, We just don't want the leg to animate like this, and we went in here and remove some keys that were on the gray channel. You're removing all sorts of animation across the entire rig.
Yeah, you can't be doing no gray. Don't be
if you want
no
to
gray.
manipulate the entire rig at once, use the gray channels. If you want to hone in and do individual animations on bones, make tweaks, what have you, use the red channels. And again, you can find those red channels by simply just clicking on a bone, and then once animation is added to it, you'll see that channel appear, and you can make your changes.
Wait, that's it? That's it? What the gel? All right, number 4. Number 4, guys. Let's go. Exporting.
Let's talk about
that's
exporting
important. That's important. They're already going for exporting?
Animations.
Okay.
There are a few ways you can go about exporting inside of MOHO. If we go to File, you can see right down here, we can export animation, export with previous settings.
Goofy Hero is talking about his best animation ever in chat. What are you talking about? Are you working on a cartoon? Because that sounds flumping epic. Epic. Let's see. Or did you already post something? I'm on your channel. I'm on your channel now. Oh, you make Bifty stuff. That's something I still need to watch. More on stream, guys. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Next to tutorial.
MOHO exporter, and then export. So what will happen here is if you choose to export animation, you'll be brought to a new panel, which will allow you to choose the file format and other details pertaining to the file you wish to export as a video, image sequence, whatever you want.
Yes.
Then you have export with previous settings, which if you were to export this out, you could then choose to just export out another scene using the same exact settings as before, which can save you some time. Let's say you're working on an animated series, you know that every single scene is going to be rendered the same. You could just go ahead and do that. The MOHO exporter is more for batch processing. So if let's say you have multiple scenes or you want to render out multiple layer comps, multiple layers from one scene, MOHO exporter is great for that. Then you have export, which allows you to export out to different file formats. So FBX, if you have a certain style you want to share with another MOHO user, you can do that.
Cool.
You can choose to export your frames to vectors.
Ooh, an SVG.
OBJ. So yes, you can actually design 3D objects in MOHO. You could export out your design as an OBJ and bring it into something like Blender and start animating.
Yes, bro.
There are a lot of options there. But our main focus right now is going to be exporting your animation.
Yes.
So we're just going to go ahead and click on that. Now here you have the ability to first adjust the start and end frames of the animation. We talked about this before. We're in the project settings. You can adjust the duration. This is what that's going to go off of. It's set to 240. You can increase it or decrease it. If you choose entire animation, it's going to go based off of what you have set up on your timeline, and that's at 240, so that's going to be considered the entire animation. But of course, you can adjust this if you wish. There is the output setting. So
what is this, Kenzie? You have made something? Let us see. Let us see. Is it an animatic? Ooh, I like the bouncy bounce. I like the bouncy world. That's awesome, bro. What the heck? That's so good. What the heck? Guys, you need to see this. You need to flipping see this. Okay, hold up. Hold. You need to see this. Check this crud out. Well, it's not crud, actually. It's awesome. Check this out, guys. Wow. Yes, bro. Yes. It's delightful. Keep going. Keep that sucker going. All right. Break time's over. Do it.
Format is currently set to video, and under preset, you can choose different video options. So MP4,
Okay, see you,
.mov,
Bryson.
AVI, and so on. But let's say we choose image sequence. You now have different presets. So you can choose to export out the scene as a bunch of PNGs, JPEG.
Yeah, let me see. Let me see what their export to video is like. All right, desktop, untitled. Let's just do it default. See what happens. Oh wow. Oh geez. It's quite literally showing the dang process. I don't know. I mean, this might be good for like small little things to export, but like I think for full-on animated scenes and stuff, I might do PNG sequences. I just need to find a good free editing program to do this with. It's just I need to find one. Everyone's saying everyone always mentions online about DaVinci Resolve, because I know that one's free. All right. Oh, it already opened it too. All right, let's see how good this exported out. So already the colors are a little off. So that's noted. All right. No frame drops. No frame drops at all. All right, so that might, yeah, that's going to be good for just like quick little test animations. DaVinci Resolve is great, yeah. I mean, and if I'm only going to be using it for like simple layers in PNG sequences, like just bringing them into a layer, I just want to be able to because I know PNG sequences, you get the best quality of each frame that way. And that's usually the preferred method than exporting straight out. Especially since I'm not going to be having what's it called? Adobe Media Encoder pretty soon. Because that program is like my baby. That thing, it just exports out like yummy from any program. It converts file types where I'm like, oh, I need this to be a different file type. It goes, I'll do that for you, homie. And I go, oh, thank you. But I have to say goodbye. Gotta say bye to my boo. Not yet, though. Still got a little bit of time. All right.
Eggs, BMPs, whatever you want to do. And then you have your render options, and these can adjust the quality of your animation as well as increase or decrease render times depending on what you apply or take out. And I'll just go over some of these really quick. You can enable multi-threaded rendering, so if your computer has the ability to go faster with multi-threads, it can do that. You can choose to render at half dimensions or frame rate, which can be useful if you want to create a test and don't want to spend as much time rendering. You just kind of want to get an idea.
Yeah.
That might be a good way to go about it. You can apply shape effects or layer effects. So the gradients,
Wait, there's something called handbrake? That's like media encoder. Ooh, I'm gonna have to check that out. Cause I love me a file converter. I think that's like ever since I was like a little kid, I've loved anything that changes file types. Because I was always the one where it's like when it didn't let you upload something, I go, what the heck? Okay, how do I make that? How do I turn it into that? Like constantly. Like that's like the most early computery thing I think I was doing was converting file types. Like I was always going on like shifty websites to convert things.
Blur effects, you can choose if you want to render those out. You can reduce your particles if you have particles going. Anti-aliased edges, again, is a technique used to smooth things out with your line work. However, you can turn that off if you don't like the effect. Same with extra smooth images.
I like the sharp edges on like bitmaps and stuff. So I'd probably turn anti-aliasing off for a certain art style.
You can choose if you want your alpha channel applied, if you want NTSC.
I'm like so excited to for my next music video to be animated in this. I'm gonna be I don't remember if I know I told the Paragraph server I was doing this. I don't know if I said what song. I think I'm gonna keep it secret until I'm working on it live. But I am making after the next Raining Tacos video, I'm making a Nerf Herder music video, which Nerf Herder is Perry's regular band. And I get to animate quite literally like my favorite, like one of my favorite songs from his band, and I'm like so excited. So I'm hoping to learn as much MOHO as I can so that I can make it look like wicked and like really, really fun. But anyways, let's keep learning.
Safe colors, maybe you're planning to broadcast this. You can choose if you want to render muted channels. So let's say you mute some channels on your timeline. You can choose if you want those included or not. So there are quite a few options there to look over. And typically, you might just leave these as is if you want something of a higher quality. Beyond that, you'll probably be adjusting it to do some tests.
Do I know Tally Hall? I do. I do know of Tally Hall. It'd be cool if they made a new album, but I know they're never making music ever again.
And then finally down here, we have the destination. So you can choose where you want to put your file that you're exporting out. So you can see here, we could just put it inside, let's say, tutorials. And we can choose the name of it as well.
Yeah, duh.
And once you're good, you can go ahead and click OK. And this will bring up the render screen, as you can see. And it's going to go through and just render this out. And this can take some time depending on how you've rendered it out. In this case, I chose multiple images, so it's exporting out each frame as an image. And that might seem a little bit odd if you're new to all this, but it can actually be quite useful to export out a character or an animation as individual images with a transparent background.
Yes.
Because then you have more flexibility when it comes to, let's say, editing inside of something like After Effects or Premiere or any other outside editing software that you can think of.
I didn't really explain it, but
it's just rendering out what I have done here. And once it has completed its render, it'll either show it to you as a video, in this case it's not, or it'll bring up, as it will for me here, the folder in which I exported this out to. So you can see right here that all the images have been exported out. I probably should have put them in a little folder here, but I just threw them into this main folder really quick. But you can see it indeed did go through and export everything out. And that is a little bit about exporting inside of MOHO. It's a pretty straightforward process. Once
that's
you have all your
that's good to know that it's got some decent exporting in it. Because I think the original version of this program called Anime Studio, it did not have exporting in it, or it may have only been able to do PNG sequences. But then again, like that was like so many years ago, and I don't think any art program had good exporting in it. So I don't know. Just be glad, guys, if you guys make art, just be glad you live, you're alive in the year 2026, and not alive, trying to make art in like 2010, or any of those years. Let's go to the next tutorial. Oh, that's always so loud in my ears. Prepare a bitmap on Photoshop. What the crud? I don't want to open that crud.
For this video,
Whatever.
I'm inside of Photoshop, and we're working off of copper.psd. And one of the strengths...
I can do that all in Clip Studio. Clip Studio is better. See, it's got the layers, and it's got all the crud, and it's got all the stuffs. But, okay, show me.
Strengths of MOHO is the ability to import PSD or Photoshop documents into the software.
I mean, not lame,
And
that's
you
pretty
can
cool, but
retain
still,
the
for me,
layer
lame.
Structure that you have set up inside the original PSD. So you can see here on the right, we have access to a variety of layers and groups. And we can retain this layer structure.
Does it import in? Let's get rid of Gruely. Say goodbye to Gruely, everyone. Say goodbye to Gruely. Wait, let's have him say goodbye to. Let's visit. Manipulate it. Bye. Bye. Goodbye. Goodbye, little childrens. I might eat you. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. And then my head turns this way. And then I go. Nom, 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 nom. And then my eyes go up and down. Okay, let's say goodbye to Gruely for real. No. Now, what was I gonna do? Right, I was gonna see import. Let's see, general import, MOHO object, image sequences. Wait a minute. Oh, shoot. For real? I might be able to just do image exporting and then re-put it into here and export. That'd be kind of funny. Do everything just in here. Let's see, import in general import, supported files. Let me see about my oh, dang it. Clip Studio files aren't in there. Okay, let's watch this tutorial and see if like he shows where he imports in the PSD file and see if it'll give me the Clip Studio file version
As we go into MOHO. So let's go over this really quick, just so you can get an idea of some practices to keep in mind when designing a character in Photoshop. And just another small note, you don't have to use Photoshop for this. If you want to use something like Clip Studio, Procreate, or any application that allows you to export PSDs, that will work.
Oh, yeah, I totally forgot you can do that in here. I can save, like, export out PSDs. PSD, bro. Oh my God. We're in business. Folks, we're in business.
So here, starting at the top, you can see that we have a head group. And underneath that, we have the body group, and then we have the tail separate from everything else. Now, there isn't a rule that says you need to group your layers as head, body, and going in here, you can see
you can do whatever you want for that.
But it does help in this case. So starting with the head, and the head houses everything. As you can see, if we were to toggle the visibility, the head disappears and reappears. We can start with the eyelids here at the top. and you'll see that they're actually turned off or invisible by default. And if we were to toggle the visibility of these, we suddenly can see the eyelids appear for the character. If we break this down further, you'll see that we have the actual graphics right here. So we have the top eyelid for the left eye, as well as the bottom lid, and the same goes for the right eye.
Okay.
In MOHO, we can easily turn this into a switch layer so we can toggle it on and off.
Oh,
Or we can
yes,
even go
bro.
further with our layer setup to include individual controls for each eye. But we'll get to that as we move to MOHO. Continuing on to the eyes, if we drop this down, you'll see that we have 3 different groups, and each of these represent different phases of the eyes. So open is the one that we have visible right now. And if we go inside of open, you'll see that we have 2 eyes. Go in there, and then we have access to the pupil as well as the eyeball itself.
That's sort of if you see with my little new character here, I did that. You essentially do that with your VTubers as well, just to show you. Like I named all these like layers and all the closed eyes and all that, but this one isn't really set up for animation. So like the inside of the eyes here, let me close the mouth up, get rid of that eyebrow. Yeah. I just have 2 states for the eyes. One being the look, the one that looking at the camera, and then beam, 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 beam. So yeah, if I wanted to set that up for animation, faux show, I could just put that thing in the MOHO. the lonesome arm. All right. Anyways.
And the same goes for your other eyes down here. The reason why this is important to note where the pupils are is you could rig up the pupils to move around inside of MOHO. And then we have the blink up and down. Right here we have access to what appears to be a blink phase for a happy and perhaps more sleepy or content look. So if we hide the open eyes and go over here to blink down, and let's also hide the eyelids, you can see that his eyes are closed, and this could be used for perhaps if he's amused with something going on in the scene. And then the up phase makes it look more like perhaps he's sleepy, you know, ready to take a break, that kind of
So
thing.
just all the phases,
And
basically.
we can use this in MOHO, the eyes group, as a switch, so that way we can swap between whichever pose we want to use.
Yes, bro.
So with that, we have the nose, which is just a graphic by itself. And if we were, let's say, designing a character with a large nose, we might want to rig that nose up with physics or something to that effect. So that's why it's good to have the nose separate. And then you have the...
You made a Go Animate post of green and blue. That's so funny. Hold on. Did you post that? Let me see. Chickabee, chickabee. Chickabee, chickabee. Did you not post it? I want to see it. I want to see it. Wait, you make Sparta remixes? That's awesome. Oh yeah, you're the one who made this Weird Al thing. That made me laugh. Because like you did like an AI voice of Timmy or Perry's voice. You posted it. Okay. I do want to show this though, because it's pretty funny. Hopefully it doesn't get me claimed, but I can just mute it later. This was making me laugh because you did basically the Perry voice AI over the song.
I want to do my way when I
No, he's dead. Are you late? A little bit, Ice. Um, I'm about 5 tutorials in. I did a couple updates. Not really that many. Like, I kind of just sprinkled in updates. Um, oh yeah, and also chat's a little delayed today, by the way. So if I'm a little late to saying something, that's why. Anyways, I was going to see Jacob, he made a thing that sounded funny. I wanted to see. Where is it? Planned OSU. He posted it on YouTube, but where is it? Like, is it, because I'm checking your shorts, and I'm checking your videos. And I don't see anything about green and blue. Did you just upload it? Maybe it's just not showing up yet. On your, oh, your posts. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, hold on, guys. Look at the Go Animate Blue and Green. They're real. They're real. The dark under eye thing gives it like a real like late 2000s, early 2010s like Can I Has Cookie kind of art style to it. I kind of like it. Okay, back to tutorials. Back to paying attention, folks.
The mouths right here, and there are a lot of mouth poses. And again, this is going to be used as a switch inside of MOHO. So you're only going to see one mouth pose at a time. And
yes, the switches I'm so excited for.
And we'll get to that as we continue along with the process of bringing this into MOHO. Then you have the head, and then the 2 ears. Then you have the body group, and inside here, you're going to find your limbs, hands, as well as the torso. So here we have the front hand, as well as the front arm.
Do the hands have states?
And then we have 2 pieces making up the scarf. And if we wanted to, since this is separate, we could add, let's say, a little bone to the scarf in MOHO and add physics to that. But just to keep in mind, you can separate out elements that you want to do more with in MOHO. We have a button, and then you have the body or the jacket itself, your legs, and then your other hand down below. Now, just one thing to note, the arms come with hands, as you can see here. We can hide this hand. And this is useful to have your hands separate, and especially if you want to swap the hand in and out with different hand poses with a group, you could do that. But one thing to note, the legs don't have...
Is BooneBum's PNG even booning? A little bit. I mostly drew this last night. I wanted a cleaner version. But I didn't do any animation yet on it. I might, so what I have planned for this one is obviously more shirts. But I was maybe hoping, because I have a bit more bouncy hair, my ponytail is in more of an accurate spot. But I wanted to kind of see if I could do like an animation with my arms and stuff. And then I have a little button thing now that I can maybe bind to different poses and stuff. So maybe I can do like expressions in the future. That's going to be like a future thing. That's not anytime soon. But yeah, at least the mouth opens and stuff. It's kind of like how it used to be, but you know, better art objectively. I mean, it's subjective, of course. I know a lot of people might like my older scribblier PNG, but this one's objectively like cleaner. Are blue and green twins? I don't know about twins. They are brothers. Um, I mean, I guess they're twins. They look exactly the same. Okay, back to tutorial. Tutorial.
Any feet, you can just see that it's one graphic. And that's okay. You don't have to have feet in order to rig something up. I just wanted to note that we do have separate hands from the arms, but the legs contain the feet in their layers. And then you have your tail on the bottom at the end. So once again, a lot of this will be...
Will I ever hop in the VC on the Discord? Yeah, I said I was probably going to hop in occasionally in the Perry server. At least I'll try. No promises anytime soon because again, I'm still in the middle of a move. You know, depending on where I'm at, the internet's good or bad. Right now, internet's good, so I might hop in maybe after stream, depending on what I'm doing. Who knows? Who the flump knows? I have like ADHD days, man. Where like I don't know what I'm gonna be doing at any given time.
used for creating switch layers, that is, these groups. However, groups are also used just for organization as well. So once again, you don't have to set up your characters exactly like this, but this rig does contain some good practices to keep in mind as you start to learn the process of rigging and animating in MOHO.
Okay. Ah, that intro's so loud. Yes, show me how to import. Ooh, this one's 18 minutes, guys. Let's strap in. And basic rigging. Ooh,
for this video.
Oh boy. Oh boy, guys. Wait, maybe I should do a PNG, a PSD to like prep for this. Should I? Should I make like a quick one, guys? Or should I see about... I wonder if this is already in like...
From there. But what's nice about this is we're just going to choose individually for this particular Control-Shift-Y or Command-Shift-Y if you're on Mac. Here, I'm going to locate the copper.psd and double-click. And here, we will have 3 options for import. We can choose to do it individually, by composite, or select layers.
So we can, if we wanted to, download... What the crud? I thought that said scanned by Billy. Ah! Scary. Ah! Okay, this is scaring me. Ah! Virus. Okay, you know what? You know what, guys? I'm just gonna create... What character should I... Which... Let's just do this. Let's F it. Come on. Let's go for it. What character should I rig? What, you guys don't like 6'7"? 6'7". 6'7", 6'7". 6'7". Give me a character. Hurry the crap up. Why did I not think to choose the latency today? Now I have to wait here. You go for Timmy Taco. Yeah, that's what I was like, my brain immediately kind of went to, but I just, you know, didn't want to do something like basic. I'm sorry, Ice, but 6'7's gonna be around your whole life. I was just telling my sister this the other day. Alright, guys. Alright. Hold on, let me throw on some tunes while I draw a simple Timmy Taco. I don't want this music anymore. God, I'm so upset that I can't play my slow dive anymore. What the hell? I mean, what the helly? Alright. Alright, so head. Eesh, yucky. Yucky. Let me get a good circle going, everyone. It's a really big head, but whatever. Maybe do Itzel after Timmy, maybe? I mean, Itzel actually has more parts to work with that might be more interesting. And I love Itzel. I do love Itzel. Guys, I think I'm gonna rig up an Itzel. I think I'm gonna rig up an Itzel. Let me get her a good head. Let me get a good head going, guys. Maybe I should do a sketch first. How about that? Let me sketch up an Itzel first. I usually don't like sketch that much of my characters. I usually will do like a quick like yeah, and then I'll do a clean line like straight away, straight from the animatic. So I don't usually build up my characters too often, even though I should. Which is another great thing with MOHO, is that I'm going to be spending a lot more time on my art instead of it just being real simple cartoons. I mean, it'll still be simple cartoons because that's what I essentially love, but that head's a little big, actually. I'm forgetting how to draw my own dang characters, bro. It was either going to be Taquito Lord, Itzel, or Timmy Taco, but, you know, I'm going to do Itzel just because she's more, like, you know, of a fleshed out character, literally. Like, you don't really see her stick figure body too often. I'm struggling here, guys, if you haven't seen. You know what? It's taking. I'm gonna go ahead and start just sketching out her hair. Alright, so she's gonna have another eye under both of her eyes. Check that out. You're gonna get a drawing tablet for a video game, Ice? You headcan. Jacoby says they don't ship Timmy and Itzel anymore. Which I kind of agree with that one. Because they're like best friends, and going from friends to like friends to lovers works sometimes. Like a lot of like it works in the long run for the most part for relationships, but like there are some friendships where I'm like, don't ruin that. Don't ruin that with making it weird with a friendship. I mean like a relationship. I say that while all my partners in my life have been friends to friends to lovers. I just realized, why am I trying to draw like that? I usually give Itzel a body first. I go circle, like a circle body with Itzel when I'm building her up. I don't know why I was trying to like... It's because I'm trying to do it quick. Try to get the proportions right. Sometimes you gotta do it over and over until like visually just like, because that's kind of how I do proportions, is I redraw until it like just looks right. Maybe I can move. Yes, there we go. Yes. Yeah, aren't they, Jamie? Isn't your character like sibling? No, wait, no, that's Kenzie's character. Is a... Okay. I'm gonna combine this into one big drawing. Once it's done. So these layers don't really matter at the moment. That's her hood. Maybe, hold on, let me draw her feet first before doing her bottoms. Yeah, and then yeah, there we go. That front foot's looking a little odd to me. Odd to me. Let me go. Maybe I can go. Maybe go a little simpler where it goes out, maybe like that instead. Make a wide toed. Make a wide toed. Yeah. All right. I think this would be nice to rig up. At least for a test rig at the very least. So let me combine this. So it's a sketch layer, merge, sketch. And let's lock it. What the? Let's lock it. There we go. Turn down the opacity, lock it. There we go, folks. Now, that should be a little more driven. A little less random. It's a good circle. Maybe I can... It's bitmap, so... I don't know about that. It'll be ugly if I try to screw this up. Usually I don't like to edit my lines afterwards, because you know, like look at how I just like erased there, and it already like makes it look kind of odd. It's good to get confident with your lines, because then, you know, like having a circle that, what's it called, that fully connects in one line is better than one where you're like building it up and like connecting it. Like, it's not a bad example, but I mean, you won't really see this part of her head anyways, for the most part, so I think I'll just go with this for now. Don't worry, Kenzie, I'm gonna be around for at least another hour or so. Because I would like to at least get through at least this tutorial here. This one. I guess I'm making my... I should have prepared this yesterday, but anyways, let's see. I don't know if the eyeball should be... I'm sort of regretting the pen I chose for this, but it is raining tacos after all. It needs to be a thick line. I'm not happy with this line quality. It's a little too thick for my liking. Ooh, this one's kind of like rocky. It turns stabilization up a little bit. Ooh, yeah, I like that. Looks a little cleaner. If I make like really detailed rigs, I'm gonna have like the eyelashes be like probably like movable and stuff. Let's see. Oh, I'm moving the mic. Yeah, I've always heard about TV paint being being good. I'm just gonna have the eyes on one layer. Well, actually, I'm probably gonna have like a folder of them, to be fair. Head. I'll do the expressions stuff later. Let's do her mouth. I love Itzel. She's so nice and smart and cool. She'd be the main character if Timmy wasn't here. Oh, is TV Paint like the opposite of MOHO, or like it's... Yeah, because I know like it was always like praised for its like bitmap drawing. At least when it was first coming out like a long time ago. Oh, this smile. Yeah. I'll call this eyes open. Yes, it's Elizabeth cute. I'm wondering, I can change the colors later. I was gonna say maybe I can do a little bit of a color scheme change, but I'll decide that later. I'm hoping with this rig I can like put some deformers on her hair and stuff so that it'll be like a really cool, like, easier thing to... It's still shy. Kind of? Not really? It's kind of hard to say because like one of her main traits is that she stalks everyone, but also like is hidden. So I guess in a way, yeah, she's shy. Yeah, I'd say she's shy. Your Itzel voice claim is you. That's funny. Eh, that's not supposed to be longer on that side. That's faux show. I'm gonna miss drawing in Flash when I'm done with it because one thing I love doing in Flash is when I draw something like, say I do this, and then a character's mouth's like this. If I did it in different colors and it's behind there, I'd just be able to click on it and delete it. It'd be a nice clean drawing. Okay. I know it's sinful for me to even be using an eraser for details like this, but I'm very anti-eraser for the most part. But if I'm using bitmap, you know, can be a little bit more accurate with it, other than, you know, vector. Flash isn't dead, it's just, you know, it's time to move on from it. Especially since they're just done with it, man. I'm still gonna use probably an older version of Flash for like my animatics. But for like final animation stuff, yeah, I'm gonna be moving on after the last Raining Tacos. Wait, how so regarding Eraser? I simply just redraw the drawing until or the line until I get a line that I like. And if I get one that is mostly that I like, I will go into the vector and try to delete some points to see if I can save it. But for the most part, I will keep drawing something until I get the drawing in one go. So I mean, I still have Flash Player on my computer. It's just, again, it's just not updated anymore. Whatever. This is supposed to not even be like a full-on rig. It's just supposed to be like something we work with. Little tufts of hair up here on a different layer. Let's see. Let's go ahead and make a folder for the head full, just for now. Lock that sucker. Oh, I haven't saved it yet. Itzel test rig. Yay! Alright, let's start with an army. Not like a army of soldiers. An army of Itzel. As in her arm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've been paying for, like, I'm one of the suckers that's been paying for Adobe for like years now. I've given them thousands of damn dollars, and They've not upgraded the main program that I'm using because they have some weird vendetta against it. It's like, brother, just sell it, but they know it makes them too much money. It's like having a child who's a celebrity, but you just don't like the child. And you just want to reap the benefits. Let's see, this is arm, top, and top. I'm wondering if I should do her full arm under this, actually. Now I think about it. Ooh, that might be a good idea. It's not just Adobe Flash that's greedy. It's just Adobe in general as a business. Like, and they just make brain dead, you know, decisions. Because it's like I don't know. You could just tell people who aren't artists are behind the decisions. What the heck? Oh, shoot. Sleeve. I'll call this sleeve. And hand. T. Did I answer your question yet? Oh, sorry, I didn't see your question. How did Timmy and Itzel meet? That's gonna be explained in the book that I'm planning to make. So if I were you, I mean, they sort of, like, I can't, let me try to put it into a detail where it's not like super spoilery, but like you can kind of get a general consensus, because you can make up your own way they met. But Itzel, she's someone that like knows everyone in town secretly. Like, she stalks everyone in town. And one day Timmy just shows up, so obviously she's like, who is this kid? And then while she's trying to like find information about him, they end up meeting. So it's kind of like she's able to, she gets seen by him. It's gonna just be like a funny interaction. So do with that what you will, but it'd probably be better if you just made up your own reason for your little series, because again, like, I know you're making a little fan series, but can't be the exact same thing, because like, what if Rainy Tacos gets a cartoon someday, like a canon cartoon? We don't want to be rehashing the same ideas. Not because like I wouldn't want to use your ideas. It'd be more just because it's like, people, if they would want to see those ideas, they just watch your cartoon instead. We'd want to make something new if it was like an actual official cartoon. Let's see. Let's see, your headcanon is, well, yeah, that is Timmy's canon age. I mean, I don't really have like actual birth dates. I was asked a few times, and I always say that Timmy's birthday is the day Rainy Tacos was uploaded. This is POing me off a little bit. That I can't get a good drawing in here. Let's have her belly go down a little bit. That works. That'll work. Body. Let's do her other sleeve. Behind. Let's do arm behind. And hand. And feet. Make sure they're connected. They're not. So, let me bring my arm down a little. All right. If my brain is always like, avoid tangents, where it's like, you know, the tangent lines where it's line hitting a line. But I keep forgetting this is like an animatable thing. So it's like, if there's like lines hitting together like that, like, it's going to be able to be moved. So it's not that big of a deal. All right, let's do feetsies. The reason Itza wears checkerboard shoes is direct, like her having a big jacket, like gray jacket like this. I mean, it's obviously because of her parents, but like the initial design of her is kind of like similar to how I was in middle school, where I would wear just the same gray sweatshirt every day, and I'd have these checkerboard shoes. Foot behind, and then we got foot front. Let's do this one. Probably gonna make her feet like bendy. Bendy. Yeah, like right here, this tangent line. It won't matter. It won't. At least for right now, it won't. Not really a fan of how that looks. I remember Zig and Sharko. I don't think I've ever heard of that before. And then her hood. All right, lines are done, folks. Now let's color it, and then let's add in some blinks and mouths, maybe some hands. I don't need to do hands. I'll just do mouths and eyes for now. But first, let me clean up these layers a bit. Let me do arm T full. Get in here. Arm B full. Put the hoodie here. Foot. Okay, and then let's make a bigger folder for the body. Put everything in there. And then in here, let's have a folder for hair. Put the hair and the tuft in there. Make a folder for mouths. Put the smile in there. Make one for eyes. Eyes open in there. Alright, now let's color it up. Let's color these suckers up. Let me get... I should close that up for a sec. I'll skew things around once I have the colors. Let's see. Colors. Guacamole tsunami. Guacamole tsunami. It's all. Right. Yoink. And with the gel. That be enough of a color grab? I think that should be good enough for at least a little bit of a color grab. Alright, first let me get the whites. The whites. Did Jill unlock that? There's a paint behind. There's gotta be a paint behind in here, isn't? It'd be so cool. There's a paint behind. Let's see. Marker. Fill in. Mono. I know I could be just doing the fill on this, but I'm being a butt. Sometimes coloring in manually is like meditative, but you know, not recommended. Typically. And you will hire me in the Raining Tacos comic studio? That'd be cool. You know what? Okay, I'll do this. Let's see. Screw it. I just didn't want to have to like click all this mumbo jumbo and unselect a bunch of crud. Make sure, okay. Okay. Head. What happened to my VTuber? It looks so different. Alright, Painty Doodles. Yes, I have a new one. I just wanted to make a cleaner one last night. Yeah. You missed me watching the first 4 tutorials of MOHO, but I'm sidetracked right now because MOHO wants to use like a stock, well, not really stock, but someone else's rig, and I kind of wanted to see if I could make my own instead. And people wanted people wanted Timmy Taco and Taquito Lord, and Itzel. I chose Itzel. Boone is booning it. That is faux show. Alright, I'm gonna have to manually color on these ones. Or at the very least do this. And then let's go ahead and do this one. Let's show the whole up show. I showed this one. Okay. Will Fuzzy Orangutan ever come back? I mean, my character's always like a fuzzy sloth orangutan. Last one was... This is the same character as the last one, it's just cleaner. But yeah, my character's always like a sloth orangutan hybrid thing. Yeah, the streams are, you know, my move has gone on a little longer than I thought. And been very unfortunate over and over, so you know, no good setup at the moment. I can't always stream, and I'm able to stream for the next few days. I might not actually stream, but I might join the Perry voice chat occasionally on Discord, if you ever wanted to do that or join on there. Yeah, less. It's definitely less fuzzy. I also in real life shaved, and I have a different facial hairstyle, so I kind of wanted to accommodate, you know, for that. So I guess that is sort of the only change, is that my face is a bit smoother, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, slightly less fuzzy, because like, yeah, it's not like, yeah, Discord is a bit evil, but you know, that's how you talk to people in today's world. I feel gross ever bringing up Discord at all. All right, anyway, back to my drawing. Why is the arm... Oh wait, never mind, that's not the arm, that's the belly. Belly. Chubby little, it's chubby little ears, chubby little ears, chubby little ears. So, almost there, guys. Almost there. What, the gel? Her army's coming out. Yeah, Kenzie, I don't know about today. Potentially this evening, because I'm gonna be working all evening. It's just, you know, I can't be live all day. But yeah, it'd be cool to work in there. I might, you know, there might be times where I'm like muted and stuff, but who knows? You're eating a pickle. But yeah, if you did want to join Painty, there is a specific Paragrip server. It's not my server. I don't want to have the responsibility of my own server since I have a younger audience, but the Perry server is the closest we get to me having Discord and interacting with people. People can add me, it's whatever, I'll talk to you, but like, you know, don't expect me to be talking to you every single dang day or responding to every little thing. Because sometimes people will get the wrong idea. Like, hey, I'll talk to you. I'm not your friend, unfortunately. I'm sorry, I know you would like me to be, but I'm a almost 30-year-old man. I'm sorry. With my own life. And I'm not going to be sitting here chatting you up if you're like a little tiny person. But I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you. Yeah, best to be safe for sure. Again, with a younger audience, I really I like to be accessible. Don't get me wrong. Like, again, I said I will talk to you if you add me and you message me. But you know, I'm not gonna be it won't be like a regular thing. Like I'll give you, like, I'll probably talk to you, and then maybe a day or so will go by, and then you might send another message, and I might not even respond. You know, that should be, remember guys, with people online, especially content creators, you can talk to them, and if they respond to you, they do. If they don't, you know, respect that. Content creators are not your friends, even if they are friendly. I love being friendly with you guys because you guys are awesome, but just because I'm friendly doesn't mean I'm like, you know. There are some of you in here that I do enjoy a lot, though. You guys are quite an awesome bunch of people, and I like keeping up with you guys when you guys join my streams, but there are a few where I'm like, they send me a message every day, and I'm like, I'm just not going to respond to that one. Oh, her shoes. Yeah, it is. It's all. Yeah, that's the thing is, like, I think I told Kenzie this back when she first was starting to look at my content. I won't be like I can't be anyone's friend. Like, it's really irresponsible to be friends with like all your, like, obviously, you know, over the years I've gained friends through you know, having fans and just talking to them. Sometimes they become my friends, but for the most part, they need to be at an arm's length, and I like to keep them at buddy. I like to do buddy at like the max. And then if years go by and I still know you and we're still talking, then maybe friends, but like, again, don't expect because I'm responding that means I'm like your best friend. Unless I say otherwise, there could be some day where I go, you're my best friend now. But that is not likely. Don't count on that. Play it safe online because, you know, I have my standards, and I think they should be the golden standards for all content creators, but some people are dangerous, bro. Some people are evil. So you got to be careful who you're talking to. Why am I even coloring this in? I can just... Hold on. Yeah, you're my friend now. We're having soft tacos later. Let me grab that color. Let me grab that color. Grab that color. Get this body out of here. Blah. Ooh, yucky. I'm gonna have to go in there. I mean, no one's gonna see that end of the thing. But let me make that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Shoe 1. Done. No, the scary song. The scary song. Is that the same color? Seems a little light, but I think it's just because I have a gray. I'm working with a gray canvas color. Uh-oh. Did I do what I think I did? I did not. Okay, cool. I thought or did I? Hold on. Did I? I did. Dang it. Hold on. Hold on. I knew I did that. I knew it. I knew it. Oh, it's Lani. You're back from your D&D session. That's awesome. Let's see. I have to. Oh, crud. I think I may be messed up again, guys, folks. I might have to recolor. I might have to recolor. I'm not even gonna check. I'm just gonna. Better safe than sorry. Better safe than sorry. Especially with rigging, guys. I think this is the opposite pattern, but whatever. Whatever. Get to the fun part. Am I excited for Valentine's Day? Yes, I get to spend it with my baby. It's actually our anniversary too. So that's fun. Yes, me and my gal have had quite a year. Mostly her. 2025 was just awful, man. Wasn't it? Wasn't it, guys? I'd say so. All right. Cool. Show all layers. All right, she's colored up. Now let's do a couple mouths. Let's do a blink, maybe a couple expressions, maybe a couple hands. No, I'll do hands another time. All right, let's see. Let us see. Eyes open. With eyes wide open. With eyes wide open. Let's do eyes closed. Eyes closed. Yes. With eyes wide open. With eyes closed up. With eyes closed up. Me. Maybe let's do angry. Let's do angry. Maybe not angry, but like... feel like hiding all the layers, doing all that crud. Yes, bald. 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 Slump. And then, guys, let's do like a happy. Oh wait, did I do her eyelashes? I don't think so. I didn't. I did not. Whoopsies. All right, and then let's do happy eyes. Wee. She's not bald, she's thinning. What the heck? Why is it so thick? What the heck? Is this even the right? What the hecky? What is going on? What happened? Oh. It was just a malfunction. That was weird and scary. I think I'll have her eyelashes go up here when she's smiling. Wait. Let's color in with these instead. Yay! Okay, now let's merge these and call these. Call it eyes cheek. With eyes wide open. Now let's do her mouthy mouth. Let's get rid of that hair again. Ah! Now let's do the opposite. Do brown. Wait. No, brown. You stopped drawing recently. Well, that's fine to take a break every now and again, but never stop. You must never stop. Do a cat mouth. Itzel doesn't really do the cat mouth. It's not really, that type. I mean, maybe. For, like, a base test run, I wouldn't really... That was not my go-to for her. Maybe for Timmy, for sure. If I was rigging up a Timmy right now, I would 100% do that. Her main smile, though, which is what I was getting ready to do, she does the big grin. Her main thing is the big old grin. And I kind of have to... Let me invisible that for a bit, because it needs to look good with her hair, too. Like, the spacing. She kind of does the Gengar grin. The Captain Underpants Gengar grin. The Dave Pilkey grin. You know, because your art style, whether you like it or not, is a combination of your influences. And you need to just accept that you won't ever be 100% original. I really wish when I was younger I accepted that. Because there's a lot of years where I did not draw or make anything because I wanted to be 100% original. And that prevented me from drawing at all for like the longest time. So if you want to draw, you know, a fan character, like a fan drawing a character you like, do it. If you want to just draw your dog, draw it. Like anytime you feel like you want to draw, go for it. Do it. Don't be like a lot of my what's it called? My TED Talks, my lectures, my lecturing, my advice is just what I wish I heard growing up, because I would have drawn and made so much more crud if I wasn't so up in my head so much. So worried about other people, you know, so focused on making a name for myself and making a, you know, you are who you are, whether you like it or not. The little thing, yeah. Alright, mouth grin. Let's do an O mouth. Oh, I don't have the... Hold on, let me get the grab. Let me grab. Let me grab. You worry a lot about what people are saying. You worry about people a lot. Really, Kenzie, you specifically, Kenzie, you don't need to be worrying. You're like top class, like awesome. Like you're so good that I think I've seen people even already like inspired by the stuff you're doing. Like sure you're doing stuff based on my stuff, but like people like it so much that I'm YouTube's been showing me like other things where I'm like, that looks just like Kenzie's, and I see that they interact with your stuff, and I'm like, well, there you go. It continues. Like you already have the juice. I'll just say that. Like if you keep going, you're good to go. You just got to keep it up. Mouth. Oh. Any other like generic mouths? I did frown, grin, or like patented grin, or an O. Maybe a bigger smile. Smile 2. I'll call this one smile 1. Smile 1. Maybe I'll do a frown 2. Frown 2. What if Itzel met Annie? Well, how about you draw it? I'll just do that. And then maybe a generic mouth open. Always gotta make sure to go back to this flatter pen. Yeah, your stuff's like improved a lot. Again, and it's because you've been drawing a lot. That's how you improve, is you just keep on drawing. Like, sure, yeah, learning things, great. You know, that's you gotta do that. But like for the most part, it's the actual drawing. All right, so I have some mouths. I got some eyes in there. Whoa. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. So I wanted to delete these. Now let me get the hair back normal. Let me change the canvas size. It better matches her. Let's see. always end your dimensions with a 0 or a 5. Don't ever do any like random numbers like 9s or whatever. Even this is like kind of sacrilege. It's like you should be going by 100s or 50s, maybe 30s, but for the most part, you should be only doing 100s and 50s for these numbers here on your dimensions. But this is just a test thing for now, so it's not like crazy. All right, let's delete this sketch layer, save this up, and then let's make it a PSD, shall we? Save. Whoops, hold on. Let me delete the paper behind. There, now let's save it. That's the PSD. Cool, guys. Cool. Let's go back to the tutorial, shall we? Let's talk about this. Sure, I'll save this drawing. All right.
For this video, we are in MOHO, and we're going to create a new document. File and New, or Control N, or Command N if you're on Mac. Now, I want to import that PSD file we were working on.
Oh, I missed that.
Mac. Or Control File and New, or Control N.
Ah, get out of here. Adobe Animate. I'm moving on from you. Once I'm done with the other music video. if I join the VC tonight, I'll work on that video. How's that sound, guys? Excuse me. MOHO, open. Hello. Oh, that's a cool little character. Hold on, let me move him around. Let's see what he looks like when he moves. Whoa. Get some dimension on his head. This looks like Josh Chambers drew this. I feel like he loved this drawing. It looks great. His hat off. Wicked, some IK rigs. His stick is very, movable. It moves with his arm too. Yep, IK rig, so he can go dancey dance, dance, dancing dance, dancey dance, 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 dance. All right. New. Let me close that. Don't save. All right.
N or Command N if you're on Mac. Now, I want to import that PSD file we were working on in the previous video. We can do so by going up to File, Import, General Import, or we can use Control-Shift-Y.
To show us raining tacos in the classroom. Hold on. In the classroom. Effing fine. I don't feel like searching for it. So you guys get to see this file. The Rain Tacos HD, which I don't even remember what this file was. It was just like an upscaled version. Oh, never mind. It's the one where I did the updated art a little bit. The colors this one's called the yummy version. This is the yummy version where the colors are updated so they're not like generic Flash gross with barfy colors. There, are you happy now? Are you happy? You guys happy? Or with the one person in chat? Ah! Hold on, go back a minute. Alright, quit making me open up anime. When will the FLAs be shared? Maybe when the saga is over, I'll release them. Maybe I'll make it like a Newgrounds, like you can only get it on Newgrounds. Ooh, that's actually a good idea. But then people might just share the FLA around. I'm also gonna edit the FLA so that it has like commentary inside of it too. Anyways, you took a picture of Yo Doggy. Well, you could put it in the Perry server because again, best things you could post to the Perry server is your art, animals. Those are the two things. Maybe food. You know, keep it Perry related. If you can. You know, which you can.
Or Command-Shift-Y if you're on Mac. Here, I'm going to locate the copper.psd and double-click. And here, we will have 3 options for import. We can choose to do it individually, by composite, or select layers. Individually, we'll bring in all the layers individually, just like it was inside of Photoshop. Composite will compress all the layers into one, and select layers allows us to choose which layers we want to bring in. We're just going to choose individually for this particular part, and we now have everything imported.
Okay, let me do that with Itzel, guys. Here we go. We're gonna do this thing. Gonna do this thing a thing. Huzzah! And look at that. The folders I made are still in there. Huzzah! We have Itzel. But can't do anything yet. Let's see what we must do.
You will see that the layer structure is
You're
the
new
same
here,
as...
well, welcome. Do I know Wild Robot? Yeah, I watched that movie. I watched it on in theaters.
It was inside of Photoshop. One difference, though, is copper.psd is a group we did not have in Photoshop. Before it started with head and then went on from there.
Yes.
But what's nice about this is it makes it easy to convert over to a bone layer when it's time to rig. That also means there's really no reason to create a separate folder for your character when you are setting it up inside of Photoshop, since MOHO does it automatically.
Cool.
Now, one thing I'll do here is if we zoom out, and I'm just going to use my mouse wheel to do this, you can see that the character is actually bigger than the frame itself. The blue outline is what our audience will see when we export this as a video or as an image, whatever we plan to do. So with copper.psd selected, I'm going to go over here to the layer tools and use the transform layer tool and grabbing
wait, what was that?
The blue outline is what our audience will see when we export this as a video or as an image, whatever we plan to do. So with copper.psd selected, I'm going to go over here to the layer tools and use the transform layer tool, and grabbing the edge of this red selection area, I'm going to shrink this down so that way it fits into frame.
Okay, I will do the same. Broop. Hello, Itzel. Soon you shall move with ease.
There we go. Now we're going to need a bone layer to set up the bones for this character. You can create a bone layer by coming over here to your layers panel and going to new layer and choosing bone.
New layer. Bone. It's a bone.
Right down here. And that will create a new blank bone layer where you can add in different layers and eventually set up your bones. But since we have a group for the character automatically created for us, we can right click, and you can do this with any group inside of MOHO. We can come down and choose to convert to bone.
Okay, I got ahead of myself, folks. Right click, convert to bone. Yes.
So now we have a new icon for this group, indicating it's a bone layer. You'll also note that we have bone tools now.
Yeah.
And we have the ability to select bones, add bones, transform, manipulate, and the list goes on. Now, when you're on frame 0, you will have different tools. So with the bone layer on frame 0, we can actually go in and add bones. But if you go past frame 0, you'll note that the tool selection shrinks.
Yes.
And we can only select, transform, manipulate, and reparent, and do a few other things pertaining to the bones. So like a vector layer, where you can't draw past frame 0, you can't add bones past frame 0 inside of MOHO.
Cool.
So let's go back to frame 0, and we're going to add in our bones now using that add bone tool. So A on the keyboard will select it, and we want to come over here.
So this, tapping A. Okay, now what?
And zoom in, just so we can get a better view of this, and add in our pelvis bone. So we're just going to come in, and I'll click once to create what is called a pin bone. This is just a 1-point bone, and you can see it's been added right here.
Okay, it's so...
Now, I'm going to draw a bone.
Maybe not there, because I want the feetsies to move. Probably there. That's probably the same spot. But whatever.
Straight up from the pelvis, and this is going to be the bottom portion of the body. So we'll have 2 bones making up the torso. If you want to draw a perfectly straight bone going up, you can hold down Shift and then start drawing by clicking and dragging, and you can see we can create a 2-point bone. And this also allows us to go at 45-degree angles. So you can see here, we can, holding in Shift, go at 45-degree angles, or just perfectly straight in the case of what we want to do here. And we're going to go up to the edge of the scarf and release. Now, starting at the top of that bone that we just made, we're going to hold in Shift, click and drag, and bring this up. Now, you may note, as I've drawn these 3 bones, the latest one that I draw turns red. And that means that the bone is selected when it's red. And that also means the next bone we draw in sequence will be tied to that bone. So as it stands right now, we have our pelvis, and then we have the bottom body bone, which is tied to the pelvis, and the chest is tied to that bottom body bone, which then is tied to the pelvis. And that's how the hierarchy is going to work. Okay. And you can, if you need to, make adjustments after the fact by using the reparent bone tool. So if I click on this, it might be kind of hard to tell, but you can see we have arrows pointing down, indicating that we're connected from here to here to here. So we're just going to keep going right now in this fashion,
guys,
and select the bones that we want to connect to as we move along. The next bone we want to add is the head bone. So we can come in and, using the add bone tool with the chest bone still selected. And just one thing to note as well, if you have the add bone tool and you want to select a different bone, let's say the chest bone isn't selected, you can hold an Alt and click on a bone to select it. So you can see here I have the add bone tool, holding an Alt and clicking allows me to do this, and now I can keep going.
Okay.
So we'll bring up the head bone just like this.
Let me do that with it's so real quick like. Uh-oh. I gotta go. Ooh. Ooh. Whoops. Let me go here. Ooh. Ah. And then head bone. And then to make sure, he said you can hold Alt and click on it. And then you can start from there. Okay, I see. Gotcha. Gotcha.
And we're now going to add 2 bones to each ear to allow them to bend. So with the head bone still selected, we can come in and click and drag right here and go up to about the middle of the ear. And then we'll do a second bone by clicking and dragging and going up like so. Now let's Alt click on the head bone, come over here to the second ear, and do the same thing.
Let me do that with Itzel's hair. And Alt click. Hair. Hair. And then Alt click. Hair tuft. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. This Itzel is going to move and schmoove, folks.
Now we want to focus on the limbs. So let's just kind of zoom in here a little bit. And we're going to Alt click on the chest bone because it makes the most sense for the arms to be tied to the chest bone. And we can come in here and starting near the top of this arm, click and drag and move down to about the middle of the arm. Click and drag and go down to the edge of the glove. And then one more time, clicking and dragging and going out to the length of the hand and releasing.
You're able to draw bellies and chubby chubs. Well, that's perfect to know now because we're doing Itzel, who is a chubby queen. Okay, that should do it for her arm.
Now we want to select the chest bone again for the second arm. So Alt click on that bone and we're going to come over here now to our layers, and under body, I'm going to hide jacket as well as scarf, bottom, and just the regular scarf layer as well as button. And this makes it easier to see now.
Okay, I see. I see. I probably should have done that for that so I can get her actual arm. Let me actually do that. Let me do that real quick, like. Hide her sleeve. Maybe. Yeah, I'll do that. Unhide her sleeve. Now, hide her tum-tums. And hide her hand. And then hide her sleeve. Up my sleeves, up my sleeves, up my sleeves. Cool. Let's go. Let's go. How old is Babo? He's like 7 or 8 years old. Okay.
Now, what we're going to rig. So making sure we're still on the bone layer and add bone tool is selected, we can come in here now and click and drag and make some adjustments and set this up just the way we want it with those 3 bones. While the torso is hidden, I can see now I was a little bit off with my rigging with the arm.
Oh.
It's really not the end of the world that we are missing that little piece right up there with the bone. But still, since we can see it here, let's take the transform bone tool, and you'll see that we have 2 red dots that appear on the bone. I'm going to click on the top one and just move it up like this. And
oh, for realsies? En garche? Ah. En garche? Which transform bone? Is that it? No. Which one was it? It is the transform bone. What the hecky? Hold on.
The way we want it with those 3 bones. While the torso is hidden, I can see now I was a little bit off with my rigging with the arm. It's really not the end of the world that we are missing that little piece right up there with the bone. But still, since we can see it here, let's take the transform bone tool, and you'll see that we have 2 red dots that appear on the bone. I'm going to click on the top one and just move it up like this. And you'll note that any bone that has children attached to it will move along just like that.
Is there a button to not do that?
But we're going to put it up to right about there.
Oh, it's just moving the whole thing.
We can move the hand so that it's more in line with what we're seeing on screen here. And then using the end of this second bone here, if we place our cursor over, you can see that we have this half circle, which allows us to rotate. But if we place it closer to the edge, you'll see that we have now a diagonal line, which indicates that we can resize, and we can bring it up to about right there.
Okay.
And there we go. Let's alt-click now on the pelvis, come in here, and we're going to just add in 2 bones for each leg. We don't have feet layers, so we're not going to add a bone for the foot. So starting at the top, we can come in and just add a bone to about there.
All right, how are we going to do the bones for Itzel's feet? Let's see. I guess maybe the fake limb, full foot. Oh God. Maybe leg. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. And maybe this? Yeah, let's do that for now. Screw it, let's just see. Tiny false leg. Tiny false leg. Down to around here, and foot. Yeah, that'll happen over time. Lonnie, you'll look back at your art and go, ooh, what was I thinking? Like, I was literally showing you that with the Raining Tacos flash file, where the original colors were just the flash colors, and they were just ugly, and like, they weren't even bright. They were just like saturated dark colors for some reason. It was yucky.
There, and then click and drag and go down just like that. Alt-click on the pelvis. One more time, we can come in and add in those bones. Now, let's go ahead and bring back all of our layers here so that we can see them. And we're going to give this a test. So with the copper layer selected, and on frame 0, we can test out the animation using the Manipulate Bones tool. So if I click on Manipulate Bones
is it even going to move anything?
and I start to move around, you can see that we can test this out.
It's already attached like that? On God, just like that. On God, just like that. Whoa, guys, whoa. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Oh, I forgot to do her hood. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Okay. All right, guys. All right. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's save this. Let's save this so far, guys. Uh, let's just make a MOHO folder. MOHO. Call it. It's. Yeah, that'd be kind of funny if I did that. All right.
And it's really not.
This will be the last tutorial I do today. But then again, like I said later on, guys, I'm probably gonna maybe join voice chat and work on my music video because I need to work. I need to
work in the way we had intended. Nothing is separated, everything is squishing in and looking distorted. So we need to go in and do some layer binding, because right now what's happening is the rig is adhering to bone strength. And if I come in and zoom in on this, you can see that we have these influence clouds that are hovering over each bone.
Yeah.
And essentially, anything that's tied into that cloud will be moved. And so anything on the edge of this will also get pulled. And it's just, as you can see here, you move the hand and all of a sudden you have this part of the head being affected. And it just doesn't really work the way we want. So we're going to have to separate things out. So to begin, let's go to the layers and let's talk a little bit.
Yeah, it still shows your @ as the hams one. But we've gone through this like back and forth of the naming thing to the point where I just know your different names at this point. So now I gotta lock another one in with that banana one.
About binding your groups. If right now we were to bind this group to a bone, any of the layers underneath, the child layers, will also be tied to that bone, and they cannot be bound to any other bone. So just as an example, if I were to come in here on the head group and click on the bind layer tool, which will allow us to bind this, and we click on the head, that is going to work out in our favor to some extent, because if we come over here and give this a test, you can see that the head is moving along.
But the
However,
tail's moving.
Let's say for whatever reason you want to go in and bind something else to, let's say, the pelvis bone inside the head, but you come in here and you want to, let's say, do that with the pupil, you'll notice that you have no ability to bind that layer, and that's because you have the main group already bound. So just keep that in mind.
Okay.
And to unbind something, just click on the layer that you want to unbind, click on the bind layer tool, and then click off of any bone, and that will unbind.
Oh, okay.
And you'll notice once I unbind that and go into, let's say, the pupil, I can now see the bones and I can once again bind if I wish. So with all that said, we're going to jump over here to the eyelids and start binding. So here we can bind the entire eyelid group. There's really no reason to do any individual binding. So we're just going to grab the bind layer tool and click once on the head to bind it. Now for the eyes, we could do something with the pupils to animate them even with another bone. So what I'll start doing here is go into the eyes group, and for blink up, we're just going to select the head. Blink down, also select the head. But for open, we're going to expand this and go into each eye group So we can choose the right eye to be bound to the head, the left eye to be bound to the head, and how about we create a bone for the pupils so that way they can be controlled?
Ooh.
And that will make pupil movement easier. So really quick, let's go back here and click on the copper bone layer since we need to select the bone layer to add bones. And I'm going to click once on the head bone so that it's selected. Click on the add bone tool and then click once to add a bone. And I can rename this then to pupils. So what this will do, first of all,
where did you name that?
Is since we bound a bone, and I can rename this then to pupils. So what this will do, first of all, is since we bound it to the head, if you move the head at any point, you can see that this bone is moving along with it, which will allow the pupils then to move along with the head as well. So that way nothing will be broken when you move the head, and it can just make pupil movement easier. So let's go back to frame 0 now and click on pupil right, and we're going to bind it to that bone, and then pupil left, bind it to the bone. And just to test this really quick, going to frame 6, we can go to the copper layer, and we're going to grab the transform bone tool, and we can click and drag, and you can see how this is going to look now. We can move.
Oh, hell yeah, bro. Oh, heck yeah. Okay, hold on. I gotta do this. Hold the flump. Hold on. Okay, hair. Get the bind tool, bind. There. And then head. Also bind to that. Faux show. Or maybe hair, bind to that. Can I do multiples? I can't bind it to multiple bones. Okay, I'll just do that for now. And then, hold the ring ding ding a ding a ding. Head. Add bone. And this one's going to be called face. Or maybe, no, I'll do eyes. Ah. And this one will be mouth. Mouth. Ooh. Mouth. Bind. Whoops. I'm supposed to do this first. Okay. Mouth. Bind to mouth. Eyes. Bind to eyes. I'm gonna wait on the arms because he might do something different for the arms. Hoodie. Bind to that. Manipulate. Manipulate. Whoa, bro. What in the world? Yo. Yo. I might actually have the hoodie connected to her head. Oh, shoot. Hold up. Ring a ding a ding a ding a ding. To the head instead. Head instead. Whoa. Whoa. She's moving. And everything's moving with her. And then what about her eyes? Oh, yikes. Oh, yikes. Scusi. Bobbity boopy.
Move the pupils around. And if we move the head...
Oh, wait, that's manipulating. What if we just, yeah, let's just transform. What the? Delete these bones. Okay. And then Alt. Yeah. Alt. Mouth. And then mouth. Find. Ugh. Eyes. Bah. And then extra. Call this face. Face. Alt. Um. Um. Uh. Okay, whatever. I'll get rid of that one. Why is it going everywhere?
The pupils
Oh,
to pupils.
let me go back.
So really quick, let's go back here and click on the copper bone layer, since we need to select the bone layer to add bones.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look at your doggy later when I go on the server.
And I'm going to click once on the head bone so that it's selected. Click on the Add Bone tool, and then click once to add a bone. And I can rename this then to pupils. So what this will do, first of all, is since we bound it to the head, if you move the head at any point, you can see that this bone is moving along with it.
Oh, wait. It might be because I was doing the whole... Okay, hold up. Test rig. Click on the head. Add bone. Let me just do eyes for now. Eyes. And then... With eyes wide open. What the hecky? Yeah, I just want them to movies. Movies.
Which will allow the pupils then to move along with the head as well. So that way nothing will be broken when you move the head. And it can just make pupil movement easier. So let's go back to frame 0 now and click on pupil right, and we're going to bind it to.
You talking about, bro? Where is my bind? Where is the bone? Select this bone, bro. What the heck? I'm getting angry. I'm getting angry. Why do blue and green have no clothes? And I'm a crazy weirdo. Because it's not blue and green.
That bone, and then pupil left, bind it to the bone. And just to test this really quick, bone. So what I'll start doing here is go into the eyes group, and for blink up, we're just going to select the head. Blink down, also select the head. But for open, we're going to expand this and go into each.
Maybe it's just because it's not pupils, actually. Okay, I won't get hopped up on this because this is going late. It's going late. So for now, I guess I will just bind it to that. Yep, that bone. Okay. And then the mouth. Mouth could be binded to, yeah, it's already there. Okay. I guess. Okay. I see. And I see I didn't color her thing. Now I need to bind it to that. Amazing. What the heck? What the heck? Oh, wait. Oh, it's connected to her body. What the heck? Okay, show me how to do the arms.
Group. So we can choose the right eye to be bound to the head, the left eye to be bound to the head. And how about we create a bone for the pupils so that way they can be controlled? And that will make pupil movement easier. So really quick, let's go back here and click on the copper bone layer since we need to select the bone layer to add bones. And I'm going to click once on the head bone so that it's selected. Click on the add bone tool and then click once to add a bone. And I can rename this then to pupils. So what this will do, first of all, is since we bound it to the head, if you move the head at any point, you can see that this bone is moving along with it, which will allow the pupils then to move along with the head as well. So that way nothing will be broken when you move the head, and it can just make pupil movement easier. So let's go back to frame 0 now and click on pupil right, and we're going to bind it to that bone, and then pupil left, bind it to the bone. And just to test this really quick, going to frame 6, we can go to the copper layer, and we're going to grab the transform bone tool, and we can click and drag, and you can see how this is going to look now. We can move the pupils around, and
what the? Okay, whatever.
And if we move the head, the pupils still go with the head because this bone is moving with that bone. But we can still individually change those directions as we see fit. Next, you have the nose. We're just going to bind that to the head bone. And then you have the mouths. This whole group can be bound to the head.
How did that pop up? I want to see. How did he do that? Excuse me? How did he have a little menu that pops up? I want to see a little menu. Show. Window. Actions? No. Well, he does have that open, but... Layer keyframe? No. Layer comps? Yeah. Character wizard. Ew. That guy away from me. Layer settings? No.
And then you have the head itself.
Oh, wait. Switch selection. Cool. Okay, that's what it is. Switch selection. Yes, bro. Oh, it's already done. It's already in here. Look at that. Check it. Check it. Check it. Check it out. Where's her... Oh, did I delete that? Dang it. Let's do that. Yay! Link. She's a frown. She's a frown. I'm still working on it, Bryson. I'm almost done with this tutorial, and then that's the last one I'm doing today.
Which can be bound to that bone. And now we're going to...
Brother, you know that the latency is down. So quit demanding quit demanding that I answer immediately. You're gonna have to wait.
Up the ears. And
have I made any other puppets? No. No, it's just Itzel.
We're going to try the link bones method for this. So what we'll do
for what? No.
Next, you have the nose. We're just going to bind that to the head bone. And then you have the mouths. This whole group can be bound to the head. And then you have the head itself, which can be bound to that bone. And now we're going to rig up the ears. And we're going to try the link bones method for this.
Yeah, this will be what I do for her hair.
So what we'll do here is come over here to ear 1, click on that, and then using the select bone tool, we can just lasso around those bones. And then here at the top, we have the ability to link bones. So we'll go ahead and just click on that. And we can come down here to ear.
Hey, yo. Okay. Okay. Let's have this link to the head again. And then the hair selected. Link bones. Hey, yo. What the flop? Okay, fine. I'll do this. Excuse me?
2, lasso those bones, and then choose to...
It's not letting me. It's not showing it. It means I'm doing something wrong. Maybe this shouldn't even be its own thing. How about them apples? Tough will be head. And then let me go hair, link. Whoa. 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 It's getting there, guys. Hopefully these, like, bounds can be, like, I don't know. We shall see, guys. We shall see. Okay. Okay. Why does it shift with hair? It's still in the works. There's like a threshold, and there still needs to be linking done. So it's not done yet.
link bones. Now, if we come over here to frame 6, or any frame past frame 0, and we select the Manipulate Bone tool, we can come in here and just give this a test. And you can see now that we have this nice floppy looking ear. We may have to add some restraints to this as we continue to rig this up and animate, but we'll apply those constraints when we start to add physics.
Okay.
Next is the body. Let's go to frame 0 and start with the front hand or the right hand. We can bind the layer just like that. Now for the arm, we're going to do that smooth joint pair again because it really allows us to create a nice little bend for the arm. So with those two bones selected, we can go up to bone and create smooth joint for bone pair. And we'll test this at the end, but for now, let's just keep going.
Okay. I will do this. Oh, I will do this. Hand shall be boom. Hand shall be boom. Then let's see. Select bones. Select these two. Then he said go to. Excuse me. Why is this? Is it because it needs to be like this? No? What the gel is going on? Oh, can it not do it with like two layers? Is that what's going on? No? Yes, I always do, Kenzie. I always want to see what you make. But first, let me...
Frame 6, but we'll apply those constraints when we start to add physics. Next is the body. Let's go to frame 0 and start with the front hand or the right hand. We can bind the layer just like that. Now for the arm, we're going to do that smooth joint pair again because it really allows us to create a nice little bend for the arm. So with those two bones selected, we can go up to bone and create smooth joint for bone pair.
So the hand was on top of everything. But I can't have that. It needs to be like this. Do you have to link it maybe? Link? No. Fine. Guess I'm not doing those smooth bone thing. Shake my head. Manipulate bones. Manipulate bones. What is going on? Stop it! Stop it right now! Jacoby, that is a bit weird to ask. So I'm not going to answer that.
And we'll test this at the end, but for now, let's just keep going. We'll go to scarf, and let's make sure that the chest bone is the one we bind for that.
Wait, what's going on?
Body. Let's go to frame 0 and start with the front hand or the right hand. We can bind the layer just like that. Now for the arm, we're going to do that smooth joint pair again because it really allows us to create a nice little bend for the arm. So with those two bones selected, we can go up to bone and create smooth joint.
Let's see. Okay, whatever. Okay.
joint for bone pair. And we'll test this at the end, but
Cool, I don't even get to test it.
for now, let's just keep going. We'll go to scarf, and let's make sure that the chest bone is the one we bind for that. And then we have scarf bottom. We can also use
Okay, body. Foot. Can do that, I guess. Foot. Whoops. Whoopsies. What is going on? Whoa. My bump, my what's it called? My leg thing kind of worked a little bit. Heck yeah, bro. Smart. You think? No, I did not, Kenzie. I'm sorry. Oh my god, guys. Oh my gosh, you guys. Wow. Whoa. Can it be? She's moving and schmoving? Moving and schmoving around? Wow. Hold up we got 1 second. Alright, sorry. Yeah, almost done with the tutorial.
The chest bone for that. For button, we can use the bottom body bone for that. And then for jacket, we can once again do the smooth joint. So we'll select both.
Okay, yeah, let me... Whoa! Let me select these two. For the body. Link. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Whoa. Whoa. That's kind of quirky. Really kind of quirky. Okay. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. Okay.
Both torso bones, go up to bone, and then choose to create the smooth joint for bone pair. For your legs,
Ooh, yeah, let me see if I can do it there. It's doubtful. Body. Whoa. Now I can do the smooth thing here. Which is weird. I could do it here. Won't let me do it for the arms, but whatever, the arms look fine. They look fine when they move and schmoove. For now. And it's under her sleeve, so that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool, guys. What do you say that? I think it is kind of cool. I just wish for the arm it would let me do smooth, but maybe it's just not long enough for it.
do the same thing.
Okay, almost done here.
And then we have the back hand. We can layer bind that. And then the back arm. We're just going to come in, select both bones for that, and then choose bone, create smooth joint for bone pair. We are going to leave the tail. We will be doing that separately with a new feature from MOHO 14. So we're just going to focus on the other elements right now. Let's come over here to copper once again, and let's go to frame 6, and we can just kind of start to move this around. And as you can see, as we move the character with the body, it looks like the body is moving the way it needs to move. You have your arms, and just try to ignore the tail right now because that's still going off of bone strength. We're just going to hide it for right now.
Yeah, see, that's what's happening with mine.
That we can move the arms, and it looks pretty nice. Same with your legs. You can come in here and bend them. And right now, this is set up in a very basic and nice way. And of course, if you take the transform bone tool, you can move your pupils around. So there you go. That is how you can set up a basic rig inside of MOHO. And again, this is just a very basic setup. There's a lot more you can do, and we'll be diving more into that here shortly.
Okay. Okay. That's gonna do it for tutorials today. I got through 6 of them, and I made a dang old rig of Itzel, bro. That's kind of nuts. That's kind of nutty. She can kick in stuff. She can wave hello. She could wave goodbye. 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 And then I can reveal her. She can fly away. That'd be funny. That'd be funny if I animated her flying away via her hair. Will I make a Timmy Taco tomorrow? I might, honestly, if I want to mess around again tonight, I might make it tonight. But I kind of need to do regular work tonight. It's been kind of a minute. But anyways, yeah. MOHO, I'm so excited for this. To learn more. She was a fairy. But yeah. Today was fun. That was a long time. But, you know. I need to learn this for my next video. It won't probably be like right away, Ice, because I need to eat. I am hungry and I want to kind of decompress a bit, but I might hop in there randomly. No set time. I might not even do it, so don't get your hopes up. Anyways, thanks for sticking around, hanging out with me while I learn this today. I'll be doing another one either tomorrow or who knows? Who knows? Until next time, guys, you know, life. Let me find a fun song. Hold up. Yeah, let's do this. Alright, guys. Have a good evening. I'm gonna go eat some food now, because I'm so hungry. So, bye-bye.